All right, good morning, and thank you for being patient. It is 9:05, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. We'll start with the roll call. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Perea.
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell. Absent at the moment. D5 vacant. Councilmember Richardson.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Arias.
Presente.
And Council President Carbasi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please stand? Today's invocation will be by my very good friend, Pastor Kevin Foster of LifeBridge Community Church. Great to have you back, Pastor.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Really do appreciate it. It's an honor to be here today. Let's pray. God, we just thank you so much that we have the ability this morning to wake up. Lord, we realize that life is so much full of brevity sometimes, and so, Lord, we just want to take the small things, Lord, and say thank you for it. Thank you that we all have the ability to be here today, Lord, and I just want to take a moment today to speak a blessing over our city, a blessing over this council, Lord, and this is a blessing, Lord, I pray from 1 Chronicles chapter 4 over my wife and kids every day, and I want to speak this wonderful blessing over this body today. Oh, Lord, would you bless me indeed? Would you enlarge my territory? Would your hand be upon me and keep me from evil that I might not cause pain, Lord? And I speak that over each and every person on this council, Lord, over the city staff today, Lord. I just pray that over Council President Mike Carbasi, over Vice President Miguel Arias, Lord. I just pray it over Annalise Perea today, Council Member Tyler Maxwell, Council Member Nick Richardson, over City Manager Georgianne White, over City Attorney Andrew Jans, and over City Clerk Todd Sturmer, Lord. We just pray this blessing over them, over their families, Lord. Would you protect them, keep them safe, Lord. Give them wisdom, Lord. We thank you so much for their leadership in our city, Lord. And I can't imagine being a city leader, all the pressures and all the weight of that, Lord. But I just pray that you would be with them today. And we just pray that you do great things in their life, Lord. We thank you for that. In your precious name we pray. Amen. Amen.
For the Pledge of Allegiance, Councilmember Richardson, lead us. Great. Next, we're going to move on to approving the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
I have received a few changes, but first I'd like to announce we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, and we do have in-house Spanish translators, and they will quickly let the audience know the services they can provide.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Carrasco. I am with Focus Interpreting. My colleague and I are sat in the back of the auditorium, and there is Spanish interpretation available if you need the services. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Jasmine Carrasco. Estoy con Focus Interpreting. Mi colega y yo estamos sentadas en la parte de atrás del auditorio si necesita los servicios de interpretación en español.
Thank you. And as for changes to the agenda, we have items removed from the agenda. First, the 9:15 a.m. scheduled item, that is ID 25-132, regarding the text amendment application to amend the citywide development code relating to tobacco, vapor sales, smoke shops, and definitions. That item has been continued to the March 13th meeting at 9:15 a.m. by the City Attorney's Office. Then we have consent calendar item 2G. That is file ID 25-221, regarding the actions pertaining to the declaration of surplus personal property in support of Blackstone McKinley BNSF grade separation project. That was removed with no return date by staff. And then we have consent calendar item 2L. That is file ID 25-253, the actions pertaining to the lease of city-owned agricultural land at the Fresno Clovis Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility. That has been moved to March 13th meeting by staff. And then we have closed session item 5A, which is file ID 25-218 regarding Park 7 LLC and Land Value Management LLC. That item has been moved to the March 13th meeting. And then finally, closed session item 5C. That is file ID 25-280. That is existing litigation regarding Fresno Building Healthy Communities Court of Appeals case. And that has also been moved to March 13th. I have no additional changes to the agenda.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? We will start with District 1.
None.
None, thank you. District 6?
None.
7? No. Okay. Vice President?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Moved by the Vice President. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? Motion passes 5-0. All right. Next, we have the ceremonial presentations. We have 3 today. The first is a proclamation for Mid-Valley's Recycler of the Year. This is sponsored by my office. And if we can have the folks come up front, we'll start with that one. Actually, I apologize. I got the order wrong. We're actually going to move to the Community Media Access Collaborative Day with the mayor and city manager. They're the sponsors.
Well, good morning, everyone. Sorry, Joe, to make you wait on your proclamation, but it's my honor today to be able to recognize what's more commonly known in our community as CMAC, but is a Community Media Access Collaborative. And CMAC has been around our community for a number of years. And for those of you who don't know, it operates in the old Fresno B building downtown, and it provides a number of opportunities as a nonprofit for community access to media to be able to get the message out. Certainly provides for our city council meetings to be viewed publicly, but it also provides the tools there to be able to train people, and it's at low or no cost to community members. They have a podcast studio. They also have a television studio and a number of other training tools that are available to our community. So come on up. Come on up. Anybody else? Okay. I know. TV personalities or podcast personalities or whatever, creatives they call them. So it is our honor today, and we're going to be able to recognize them and for all that they do for our community, for our community members that otherwise would not have the ability to be able to get their message out. And I don't know who wants to, do you want to say a few words, if you would?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, city council members, city manager. City of Fresno has been a great partner, and we just wouldn't be able to do the work that we do without your support. So we're very grateful for that. Want to thank our board of directors. We've got Mark Standriff here on our board. Thank you all of our board for their time and volunteering and their dedication to our mission. Of course, I want to thank our staff too, some of which who are here. They do the work of community media every single day, and you won't find a more passionate group of individuals. So thank you guys. And of course, I want to thank the residents that we serve for sharing their stories and the stories of our community. And we look forward to many more years of serving the residents of Fresno. Yeah, thank you very much for this recognition.
Absolutely, thank you. And I want to have Mark Standriff say a few words. I know you're never short on words, but just to talk about the importance of this to our community.
So when I first joined the city of Fresno in 2014, one of my responsibilities was to represent the city, not just on the board for CMAC, but also part of a joint powers authority with the representatives of the city of Clovis, whose job it is to kind of oversee the operations. What we've seen here over the last, almost 10, 15 years, especially under the leadership of Brian Harley. This is not only, at a time where many of these community media access collaboratives around the country, public access television is what it's more normally referred to, are struggling, this organization is thriving. And it's because they've got a very strong and focused mission. They have a great support team that is with them working every single day, but more importantly, they are reaching out into the community. And it's not just the televised public events like city council meetings that you see on Access, but it's the educational programming. It's the big tell that they do where there are stories told from around the Central Valley, big presentation in the Tower District every year. It's remarkable for what they're doing, and there's a reason that because of their efforts, they are being recognized nationally every single year for the quality and the innovation of the work they do. So I'm very proud to be on the board, and it's one of those things where I just kind of sit back and say, yeah, that's a great idea, go ahead. It makes my job very easy, so congratulations, and let's just keep supporting CMAC.
Thank you, Mark. Clerk, if you'd please read the proclamation.
Gladly. Whereas the nonprofit Community Media Access Collaborative, CMAC, has exemplified outstanding leadership and innovation in providing public education, and government access media to Fresno residents since its 2012 launch. And whereas CMAC has been nationally recognized by the Alliance for Community Media, twice earning its prestigious Overall Excellence in Public Education and Government Access Award. This extraordinary achievement coming in 2023 and 2024 highlights the collaborative's commitment to high-quality programming and community engagement. And whereas by offering training in digital media production, providing access to professional equipment and facilities, and fostering storytelling through innovative programs and services, CMAC empowers Fresno area residents of all ages and backgrounds. And whereas CMAC serves as a vital community resource by producing essential government transparency programming, including live broadcasts of city council meetings and other public events, while also encouraging civic engagement through programming that reflects Fresno's diverse cultures and voices. And whereas it is critical that efforts continue to bridge the digital divide by providing workshops, technology access, and hands-on training to underserved communities in Fresno, CMAC ensures equitable access to the media tools and opportunities for self-expression. And whereas the City of Fresno commends CMAC for its continued excellence, dedication to community empowerment, and contributions to our cultural and civic life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the members of Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim Thursday, February 27th, 2025 to be Community Media Access Collaborative Day in the City of Fresno.
If I may, Council President, I just want to say thank you to CMAC. Before you all leave, want you to know you are as important as our own IT department, because when CMAC is down, these proceedings don't continue, and we wait for it to be back up before we commence. And secondly, thank you for being a good tenant of our building, the old historic Fresno B building. My hope is that you and the city manager and the team would find a way to use the rest of that space that's vacant and have a lot more activity, especially in our core downtown for the new generation. So thank you for your work and keep it up.
Okay, next we're going to have one of our favorites. The Fresno Animal Center presents Pet of the Month. Sponsor is the Animal Center. Oh, there's a good one today.
Come on, sunshine. Come here. Come here. Oh, you love treats? Come to Daddy. He'll give you a treat. Yeah. Every month we have the opportunity in the city of Fresno. You know, we own and operate our own animal center, not a shelter, but a center. And we have the opportunity to take in stray animals. We do spay, neuter, microchip. And then each month we have the opportunity here at the City Council to highlight one of our beloved pets in hopes that somebody will adopt that pet from us. So we have Sunshine here, 11-month-old Chihuahua mix. And she is open for adoption. She's already been taken care of, microchipped and everything. So, and we actually waived the fee, I believe. So, yeah, please help her up. She's getting up in age now. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then the city manager, you can say a few words. And then, hopefully Nick Richardson, our city council member, will adopt this dog. He did. I was going to embarrass him. No wonder he left. I was going to say, if he can pay for swim lessons, surely he can adopt a dog, right?
Second.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amber. I'm a program coordinator at Fresno Animal Center, and I just wanted Sunshine is a very friendly, happy girl, and we've got 200 dogs just like her at the shelter, all different shapes and sizes. All of our adoption fees are currently waived. And that includes spay-neuter, vaccines, microchip, and flea tick treatment. If you aren't able to adopt, then we are always looking for volunteers. See, she chose you. We're always looking for volunteers for fosters. And we're also offering free microchips for City of Fresno residents. Next month, we are collaborating with San Francisco SPCA to provide a microchip and vaccine clinic at Roding Park on Saturday, March 29th. We'll be posting on social media, so feel free to give us a follow and stay up to date. Thank you.
So I think Paul Rocha, I think Sunshine has fallen in love. Thank you for coming today. As you know, we have a huge overpopulation problem in our area, and adoptions are a huge part of our ability to keep as many animals out of the center as possible. So we try and make it easy, affordable, for people to, oh my gosh, look at that little leg shaking. Easy and affordable for people to be able to come find their furry friend. Look at this, man. She loves them. So anyway, anybody who's interested, please reach out and give Sunshine a loving home. So we appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Council.
Well, that was great. Okay. Thank you so much, City Manager and Mayor. And we are going to move on to our last proclamation, which is sponsored by my office, and it's for Mid-Valley's Recycler of the Year. So the Mid-Valley folks can come on up.
Good morning, Council President, Council Member, Staff. Joseph Kalpakoff, owner of Mid-Valley Disposal. Today we have the honor of recognizing Recycler of the Year. I will introduce you to Billy Miller, our Recycling Programs Manager, and she can walk you through our awardee today.
Sure, thank you. So every year we have the opportunities to select a Recycler of the Year. And this year was probably one of the easiest years to make that selection with the Vineyards and Paul and his team. This is what would you call it, an elderly home, an assisted living community. And we got a call from one of the residents who kind of championed this program. Her name is Nancy. Is she here? She's not here today. And she really wanted to start a food waste collection program, but there was limitations of being able to walk so far to the bin. So Christina worked closely with Paul and his team to do education meetings, and they came up with a really cool and innovative program. So what we were able to do is get each and every resident a countertop food collection pail that they can use in their home to collect food scraps throughout the week. And then on their service day, they can set their pail at their curb, and their maintenance team actually comes through and collects all the pails, takes them to the central dump location where their big food waste bin is, and then return the pails back to the residents, which really made for a super successful program. So we don't really see things like that. So it was such an easy decision to make, and we are super proud to recognize you guys here today.
That was great. So great to have you here. And I know, Nancy, I hope you're watching, but we do have this wonderful award that Mid-Valley's created for you, but also a proclamation from the city of Fresno. So I'm part of the generation that was raised with the reduce, reuse, recycle, and how important it was for us to, in the spirit of Teddy Roosevelt, be good stewards of our earth, of our resources. And now we have the responsibility with Prop 218 to recycle our organic waste. And we've been doing a lot as a city to do that, but it's so great to see Mid-Valley on the cutting edge, especially working with special populations like our seniors. I'm at the age where my father's a senior, and it's hard to walk. So to be able to, what I heard was fantastic of making it easier for them to still be responsible, because if anyone loves, if anyone looks at a legacy and what they want to leave behind, it's going to be our seniors, and they want to make sure they leave a legacy for the rest of us. So thank you so much to Mid-Valley for honoring such a great person, and thank you to Nancy for speaking up. It's never too late to speak up and bring about change, and you've done that. And we really appreciate the Vineyards and California Armenian Home, which is a...
Don't mind, I have some of Nancy's words.
Oh, that would be great. Come on up. Please do. There you go.
All right. So Nancy Richardson is one of our residents who resides in independent living, and about 6 months ago she came to us and just wanted to implement a program here that would allow us to take part in environmental awareness practices. So these are actually her words, and I'm going to go and share on her behalf. It says, "No doubt you're all well aware that new requirements such as state laws are now self-executing. As chair of the League of Women Voters Climate Change Committee, and also as a resident of the Vineyards at the California Armenian Home, I inquired as how implementation of the law requiring recycling of organic waste would occur. And then I kept asking. Meanwhile, the League of the Women Voters Climate Change Committee met with some wonderful city staff, people who educated us about the new law. I also received further information from Mid-Valley disposal staff who worked with the staff at the Vineyards about how to implement the law. Mid-Valley put on a well-attended workshop for residents on why and how to comply. Telling people what benefits come from compliance, better air quality, as for example, was key to gaining cooperation. I'll admit I get a warm feeling when on Friday mornings I look down the block and see little green pails in front of the residents' units." So I was the words of resident Nancy Richardson. So thank you. Yeah.
Well, again, Nancy, thank you so much. We're very proud of you, and if you're available, if you want to work part-time for our DPU, we can take you. Clerk, if you wouldn't mind reading both proclamations on the record.
Certainly. For Nancy M. Richardson. Whereas Nancy M. Richardson has demonstrated outstanding leadership and dedication to environmental sustainability as chair of the League of Women Voters Climate Change Committee, championing efforts to promote recycling, waste reduction, and climate consciousness policies in the city of Fresno. And whereas Nancy played a pivotal role in the implementation of California's Prop 218 organic waste and recycling regulations, ensuring that residents of the Vineyards at the California Armenian Home were engaged in sustainable waste management practices. And whereas through Nancy's persistence and collaboration with the Vineyard and Mid-Valley disposal staff, an organics waste program has been implemented that will reduce landfill waste, improve air quality, and create a healthier community. And the new state mandates are not only understood, but embraced. And whereas Nancy has set an example of civic engagement and environmental stewardship, the city of Fresno recognizes and appreciates Nancy's tireless advocacy and commitment to a cleaner AC, more sustainable future, and her ability to mobilize the community toward meaningful environmental action. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby recognize Nancy Richardson in the city of Fresno. And for the Vineyards, whereas the city of Fresno recognizes the importance of sustainability and environmental stewardship in fostering a cleaner, healthier future for all residents. And whereas the Vineyards at the California Armenian Home has demonstrated outstanding commitment to environmental responsibility by implementing an accessible and efficient organics recycling program for its residents. And whereas the dedicated staff have worked diligently to establish a curbside collective system, allowing residents to conveniently place their organic waste for weekly collection and proper disposal in a centralized bin. And whereas the Vineyard at the California Armenian Home has set an exemplary standard for senior living communities in Fresno by fostering environmental awareness and promoting sustainable water management practices. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, recognize the Recycler of the Year, the Vineyards in the city of Fresno.
All right, thank you, Council. We're going to move on to council member reports and comments. We're going to start with Council District 1. Councilmember Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start by thanking, I don't know if Mark Standriff is still here, but I want to start by thanking him and his team from Beautify Fresno. We were able to gather about 60 volunteers last weekend to clean up the Shields and Weber intersection. This continues to be one of the main hot spots in my district for trash and debris, and so just thank you, Mark, to you and your team for all the effort that went into making that possible. Also, want to extend my congrats to Casita Feliz on their grand opening. They are a tremendous asset to District 1, providing essential services to the community, and so they are located on 1567 North Van Ness Avenue, just south of Fresno City College. And I want to encourage everyone who needs resources from the LGBTQ community to check out Casita Feliz. I also, this past weekend, joined Council President Carbasi and Councilmember Richardson at the Support Blue Run, though I will admit I did more walking than running. But with that said, I'm still pretty sure I outperformed my colleagues.
She did.
Put that on the record. Big congratulations. We just celebrated our most recent business of the month. That would be Share Bliss. It is a spa located in District 1, right across the street from Fresno High School. So if you have not yet bought your Valentine a Valentine, it's not too late. Really encourage you to check out Share Bliss Spa in the Fresno High neighborhood. And lastly, my team and I continue to be active in all of our neighborhoods within District 1. If you are experiencing potholes, if you have trees that need to be trimmed, please continue to reach out to my office. We are prioritizing our budget needs for this upcoming budget season. So please continue to reach out and share your concerns and your own personal priorities for what you would like to see moving forward in District 1. And then, City Manager, I would like to request an update on the enforcement of illegal breeding ordinance and a projected timeline for how and when we plan to address this issue moving forward. I know it's a complicated one, but I just want to make sure we're not losing sight on enforcing that ordinance that former Councilmember Bredefeld and I worked on last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Richardson.
All right, I'd like to start off by also thanking the Fresno Animal Center. Around Valentine's Day, my fiance and I had a chance to go out and experience their blind date with a dog. They had a fantastic turnout trying to get some of their animals there at the center adopted. I'm sorry, Mayor, none of them were my type. But it was a fantastic experience. A lot of those dogs and cats went home to happy families. Secondly, yes, thank you to my staff and everyone who came out to the Support Blue Run. I won't hit that too much, but I will say that I did run a lot of that race, the proportions of which are privileged information. Tuesday, we had our first successful meeting in District 6, sort of town hall style, about the Chicanes Project, traffic calming measures that have gone in up in Northeast Fresno. I appreciate everyone who came out and took part in that. This Saturday, we have our first Beautify Fresno event taking place in the McCardle neighborhood. Very excited for this. The gauntlet has been dropped by my colleague, so I understand now that 60 volunteers is the threshold. So I'll be making phone calls and see if we can provide coffee and try to get 61. That said, Tuesday will be our first town hall, our first official town hall as a district since January. That'll be taking place at McCardle, and it will be a town hall that is filmed and live streamed by CMAC. So I realize CMAC in large part has left already, but I appreciate their willingness to help us out with this and provide that access to those who aren't able to physically make it. That'll be at 5:30 p.m. at McCardle Elementary School, home of the Mustangs. And finally, congratulations to my Aunt Nancy Richardson for again out recycling me. District 6 has no other updates at this time.
Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few updates. Yesterday, I had the pleasure and privilege of attending one of the first Read Across America days for this year over at Rowell Elementary School in District 7. It was a great day as we celebrated the joy of reading with students, very cute children who were TK, transitional kindergarten students. I read to them in both English and Spanish. So I love doing that every year, and I'll look forward to doing another school or two next week as well as we move into the Read Across America week. Continuing on the subject of education, happy to share that as chair of the School Liaison Subcommittee, I formally appointed Councilmember Richardson to join as a member of that subcommittee. Look forward to working together. I do have one more appointment on that committee to make, and so unless any of my colleagues speak up and are eager to get on, I'm probably going to wait for the District 5 seat to be filled, because regardless of what happens, it's likely to be a school board member who has been active on that committee in the past, the school board capacity. So I'm happy to have that spot be filled by someone on the dais currently, or wait for maybe one of the two school board members to fill the empty seat down the dais there, and ask them to serve on the school liaison subcommittee. And so we'll look forward to setting the next meeting of that committee here in the very near future, before the spring ends. Additionally, I recently attended the reopening of Crossroads Village in District 7. This housing development is providing 141 affordable housing units to our most vulnerable residents. It is a product of the state's project Home Key. I think if that project had not happened, a lot of the other Home Key projects that were in Fresno probably would not have happened. And so it was really kind of the catalyst for all the investment that came into Fresno. And so I'm really excited to see the positive impacts that are going to come from this multi-million-dollar project as we see the families start to move in and settle in at home. So again, congratulations to Crossroads Village and making that very first Project Home Key project a success. And lastly, I also, along with my council colleague, Perea, had the honor of attending the ribbon cutting for Casita Feliz, which is a new LGBTQ plus resource center here in Fresno. So congratulate them on their opening, and happy to support their efforts as they make a difference for some of the most marginalized folks here within our community, within Fresno. Council President, that will conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Council Member. We're going to move to the Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. Just thanks to our residents for their patience. We continue to do concrete repairs and speed bump installations in the Tower District, South Tower area, and as well as in Southwest Fresno, with a couple of neighborhood streets being repaved as we go through the next few weeks. I also want to appreciate the Public Works Department. They've been busy in the last few weeks replacing all the trees in the empty tree wells in downtown Fresno. Those tree wells already have irrigation, so it's critical for us to replace trees, especially those that don't make it or are damaged by folks. And then lastly, on the thank you to the police department. The last 2 weekends, I've done the graveyard shift with the Central District and Southwest District, specifically Saturday nights and early mornings. A lot of takeaways from those visits, but I do want to acknowledge the concerns that our Tower District residents have been voicing for the last few months, which is a significant increase in property crimes in the area. A lot of it's being driven by our unhoused community, with frequent break-ins into vehicles and stolen property on their homes. So I'm looking forward to a conversation with the police chief and an update on how they're prioritizing the quality of life issues, especially as it relates to property crimes and open drug use, especially now that violent crime is at looks like a record decrease in our city. And then lastly, Council, I'd like to just reference our office for the last few days has been receiving calls indicating that there were ICE agents in the city performing enforcement. We've reported that to police department, and looks like yesterday they conducted an arrest of 2 individuals who were portraying themselves to be ICE agents, but were not. And so my hope is that they do get charged to the full extent of the law for portraying themselves as law enforcement and pulling people over across the city. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Next we have, well, I'd like to make a few comments. One thing I like to do at every meeting is highlight something that one of my colleagues has done. And today I'm going to highlight some of the work of Councilmember Maxwell. Many of us were able to attend the other day the opening of the Marjorie Mason Center facility, their new facility, which is over off of Maroa and Bullard. It was a wonderful event. Mayor, you did such a great job speaking at the event. Marjorie Mason Center is a really special organization because they do so much to combat domestic violence, which thankfully it's getting reported more and more when it happens, but really it is an underreported crime. And I really have to give my hat off to Nicole Linder, who under her leadership, I don't think something like this would ever happen, to be able to pull the resources from nonprofits, other nonprofits and donors and the public sector together. But I really want to give also special recognition to Councilmember Maxwell and his staff, because at first there was some neighborhood opposition, and they, of course, got the neighborhood together, got them involved, and the neighbors were actually out there speaking on behalf of the project because they realized the value of it, and they had a say in how that facility is going to coexist with the neighborhood, and it is going to be such a resource, not just for the city, but for the entire region as well. So congratulations to Councilmember Maxwell. This is a wonderful achievement, and it's something that's going to really help our entire region. I do also want to recognize there was an event in District 5 at Sarah's Court, which I do also want to give kudos to Supervisor Chavez. As a council member, he did a lot of work for this, but also the administration and the mayor. Again, you spoke very well at that event as well, Mayor. But to be able to deliver so many resources to help this affordable housing project pencil out, and when I say affordable housing, it was an amazing, beautiful complex. And there's going to be shopping around there too. So it's the whole concept of work, live, and play. So these families that are there, that are going to get some help, will be able to really get a job close by and really build themselves up to where they become, one day they'll have their own market rate home and to be able to move on with their lives. It really is a bridge to a better future. So Mayor, thank you so much for being so supportive of a great project like that. I also want to, yes, support Blue Run was great. Thank you to the Mercarian family and the chaplaincy and all the people that were vendors and donors. I think we had over 400 people there. One of the highest crowds they've had. It's just so great in Woodward Park to see so many people come out from all over the region and support law enforcement. That was very moving. And I will say I did do the walk, and council member, you did beat me on that one, so good job. Lastly, of course, to our police officers and firefighters, to Captain Jordan Beckford for the Northwest Police District, which covers our area, to Chief Mindy Casto. Chief Mindy Casto, thank you for that, City Manager and Mayor. You guys are all doing a great job. And to our police officers, firefighters, and first responders, God bless you, and we always pray for your safety. And that is my report. Next, we're going to move on to Mayor and City Manager reports. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Just a number of items you mentioned, Chief Casto. I think all of you know this Friday morning at 10 a.m. tomorrow we have our swearing-in ceremony for Chief Casto at the Sororian Theater. So hopefully all of you will be there, and we'll have a good turnout from our community. I did want to mention a number of events that we have, either that we've had in our community or we will have shortly. Tuesday night, I had the opportunity to recognize the CEOs of the Year as put on by the Business Journal. We recognized 7 CEOs in Fresno, all of them very, very worthy of the recognition. And again, I want to highlight what Council President Carbasi spoke of with the Isnardi building yesterday, the opening of it by the Marjorie Mason Center. Incredible outpour of love and support from the community, from donors, well over $20 million that was raised for that project. And the good part, once they open it, they will be debt-free. And so that means more money for services to the folks in Fresno. This weekend's going to be busy downtown. We have our CIF basketball championships for high schools, and that will be both Friday and Saturday at Selin Arena. It's always a great turnout downtown. This Friday night, City Manager and I will be at I believe you, City Manager, will be there with me, Fresno Police Department's Employee of the Year recognition. And again, that's always a great event. I look forward to speaking at that. This Sunday, Mardi Gras. Hopefully it doesn't rain, but we have Mardi Gras this weekend, and I know a number of us will be participating. Council members Arias and Perea will be in that as well as they are every year. And then Monday night, I'll be speaking up at Table Mountain for the Best of the Valley Restaurant Owners Association, be recognizing a number of people, but Lorraine Salazar will be one that I think in particular that we'll be recognizing on that evening. And then Sarah's Court, I do want to highlight that. I want to say thank you to the council for supporting all the projects that we've had, Brandhaven as well as Sarah's Court out there at Fancher Creek. In total, there'll be 420 affordable housing units that are there. And for those of you who got to walk through it, you got to see the high ceilings, the quality of the project. Certainly, affordable housing today isn't what affordable housing used to look like. And I'm very, very proud of those units and for the money that this council has contributed. I believe there's one item coming before the council on phase 2, but on the first phase of Sarah's Court, as well as the others, the two Brandhaven phases, we contributed $14.9 million as a city towards that. And about $46,000 a door is what it's going to add up to, which is not bad for affordable, 55-year affordable housing in our city. And I think with that, turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to move on to the City Manager.
Mayor, I thought I heard you say that Chief Casto swearing in was at 10, but it actually is, if you did say that, it's at 11.
I did. Sorry, 11 a.m. Sorry.
Okay.
Doors open at 10:30.
Correct. Doors open at 10:30.
Thank you.
Yeah, at the Soroyan Theater. So looking forward to seeing everybody there. And I really don't have anything. As you all know, I was out for a few days and glad to be back home in Fresno. Nothing like Fresno. So thank you.
Welcome back. Okay. So next, we're going to move on to our 9:05 a.m. joint meeting to approve a fifth amendment to the amended and restated owner participation agreement with Broadway Plaza Family Apartments, LP. And this is the first in our scheduled hearing and matters. So I believe for this first vote, we have the mayor join us for this item. And will there be a staff presentation?
Yes.
Oh, great. There you are.
Thanks. This amendment reduces the repayment the agency will receive for its loan to the Hotel Fresno project in accordance with state law. The state's unified multifamily regulation requires that public affordable housing lenders split repayment in proportion to the assistance that they provide. So in this case, the city contributed 1.5, state contributed 4.8, and early on the agency contributed 1.9, so our repayment amount is going to be recalculated in recognition of those lenders. And additionally, the amendment updates the number of affordable homes originally, or affordable units. Originally, the project called for 40 affordable units in a mixed income project. That was later changed to 80 affordable units across the entire project. So the regulatory agreement is amended to reflect that increase. Currently, All units are leased, serving extremely low, very low, and lower income families. And the owner expects to close the permanent financing in the coming days. That concludes the report. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Before we go to council questions, we're going to open this up to public comment. And this is for the two votes we're going to have, one with the successor agency and the other with the council. Is there anyone in the public wishing to comment on the 9:05 joint meeting of the city council and the successor agency? Not seeing anyone come up. Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to close public comment. Now we're going to go to the council. Are there any council members wishing to comment? I do have Council Vice President punched up.
Council President, I just wanted to point out for the public's benefit is that this project started approximately 6 years ago, and this is the final action of this project. It's the final financing of documents, the final amount of total affordable units. It's, as the director mentioned, it doubles the amount of affordable units initially envisioned for that project. But this is the final bookmark on Hotel Fresno, and it's $40 million renovation. So thank everyone, attorneys, redevelopment agency, administration, and 3 city managers away from finally getting this project to fruition.
Great. Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other council members wishing to comment? Mayor? Okay, so now we're going to move on to a motion. Mayor, would you like to make the motion?
I will make the motion. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Council Vice President. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 6-0. We're going to move on to the next vote of the City Council. Any council members wishing to make a motion? It is District 3.
So moved.
Moved by the Vice President. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. The 9:10 meeting was continued to March 13th at 9:10 a.m. as well. Now we're going to move on to our 9:15 a.m. hearing to consider text amendment application P23-03410, and the hearing will be held as follows. We're going to start off, as we did just now, with a staff presentation.
Excuse me, Council President.
That hearing
Oh,
will
I'm
move to
sorry.
next week, next council meeting.
I don't know why I just did that. Thank you. And the 9:15 item has also been postponed to the 15th. Thank you, council member. We're going to move on to the 9:20 a.m. item. Thank you. And that's a hearing to consider annexation application number P22-03846.
Yes, good morning. It's working. Good morning, Council President, council members. I'm Israel Trejo with the Planning and Development Department. Subject applications pertain to approximately 20 acres of property on the north and south side of West Ashland Avenue between North Polk and North Hayes Avenues. The applications pertain an annexation application to annex approximately 20 acres of property into the city of Fresno, as well as rezone said properties from County of Fresno zoning designations to City of Fresno zoning designations. Thank you. The staff is requiring 2 conditions of zoning be associated with the rezone application. One of the conditions pertains to entering into CFD 18. CFD 18 was created to offset costs associated with police and fire costs associated with annexing property. The second condition of zoning pertains to the applicant is required to pay all fire transition fees associated with the application. In conclusion, staff is recommending adoption of the proposed annexation application, adoption of the environmental assessment, as well as adoption of the rezone application. You have the complete staff report. Staff has nothing further to add. Thank you.
That concludes presentation.
That concludes. Thank you.
Great. We're going to move on to public comment. So is there anyone in the audience wishing to comment on this item? This is our 9:20 a.m. Again, not seeing anybody. Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to close public comment. I'm going to go to any council members wishing to comment on this item. I have Councilmember Richardson punched up.
Yes, question for you. Of the 9.54 acres, Yes. That were taken and designated, one designation, the 9.78, that were a different designation, that leaves 0.93, almost a whole acre, that isn't covered here in the item. What is the designation for that?
That'd be the street right-of-way, Councilmember Richardson. So the rights-of-way would be included as part of the pre-zone application. So it's just, those acres was just the subject property, not including the right-of-way. So it does include right-of-way. That's the discrepancy.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other council members punched up. Any more comment from council? There being none, I will entertain a motion. Council member,
Council President, just want to thank staff for your work on this. This is a pretty straightforward annexation project to bring much-needed residential units into our city limits. So just want to make a motion to approve.
Thank you, council member. I have a motion from council member Perea. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by council member Richardson. Any opposition? The motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone. Next, we have, well, we're going to have to actually hold off on that one because it's a 10 a.m. item. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. So do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Now, pulled items, which we don't have any today, would have been heard immediately after consent. Nope, there being none from the council. We're going to take public comment now on all consent, including contested consent items, as well as on closed session items and unscheduled communication. So I do have some cards here. I suspect some of the folks here have left because one of the items was removed. I have Annalisa Padilla. Is Annalisa still here? I don't think she is. Okay. And forgive me if I get this wrong, Josiah Zuniga? Okay. Angelica Garcia. I don't see Angelica here. Amy Mua. Amy? Okay. The last card I have is for Julio Lopez. All right, Julio's not here. Now, is there anybody in the audience today wishing to comment on the consent calendar, contested consent, closed session, or unscheduled communication? Now is your time to please come up. This is a first. Okay, there being none, I'm going to close public comment, and we're going to go back to the council. Is there a motion?
To approve consent.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Perea. Any opposition? There being none, the consent calendar passes 5-0. We're going to take a 3-minute break so we can go back to our 10 a.m. item, and it'll be a speaker, Jerry Veliz, regarding creating bus lanes. Thank you very much.
What happened last time? New chief, huh? Yeah, you appointed Jerry Dyer, right, Mayor?
Please direct your comments to me as the council chair. You have to direct your comments to me,
guys too?
please.
You guys got a copy of this?
We do have it right here. Thank you.
All right, that's night shift, buses, bus lane. The easiest way I can say this, transition local 1027 had a $4 million argument with the mayor, right?
Again, please direct your comments to me as council president.
President?
You have to direct your comments to me, please.
Oh, to you?
Yes, sir.
You president.
Yes, sir.
All right, is traffic getting better or worse?
This is your time to speak.
Is the traffic getting better or worse?
I remind you, you have 3 minutes. You're down to 2 minutes right now.
I think you're looking at the map. Yeah, I think bus lanes should be started out right there, or tried. Just like, is congestion pricing getting better?
I encourage you to take this time to make sure you get through all the points you'd like to make so that we can listen to what you're saying. But typically, the council does not comment on what is being presented.
Why? You're nodding your head like I could read your mind or something. Nick?
Again, please direct your comments.
See ya. You guys got the map.
Thank you, sir. So that concludes our 10 a.m. item. We are going to move on at this time because there is no contested consent to closed session. We do have a workshop regarding a Clovis Unified Partnership, but we are going to come back after lunch at 1:30 to hear that item. So, City Attorney.
Thank you, Council President. Today in closed session, we have item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus United States Department of Interior. We also have item D, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, City of Fresno versus Vardanian. Items A and C were moved to March 13th, 2025. We will not have any reportable items after closed session.
And we will return at 1:30 after the lunch hour, but we are going to break into closed session right now. Thank you very much. Resume our meeting. The last item is a workshop on a Clovis partnership. So we have with us Dr. Corinne Fulmer, Superintendent of Clovis Unified. Come on up and the floor is yours. Very excited to have you here. And the audience can't see this, but we have one of our distinguished former council members, Clint Olivier, who is now a school board member and District 2 resident. So great move. That's right. So good to see you.
Okay. Let's see. I'm turn this on. Is it already on? Okay, I think so. All right, well, we'll get started. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Yolanda Moore. I am Clovis Unified Governing Board's president. I'm joined today by our superintendent, Dr. Corinne Fulmer, and two board colleagues, Board Clerk Hugh Autry and Board Member Clint Olivier. So we are here just to share a little bit about who we are. We are Clovis Unified, but I think our name does not always reflect truly how inclusive we are. Our district boundaries span 198 square feet, and within that, square miles, I'm sorry, a little bit bigger than that, 198 square miles, and within that includes Clovis, parts of Fresno, and some county areas. And for that reason, we welcome lines of communication and really fostering relationships with our community partners because we realize how valuable those relationships are in terms of us educating students, supporting our families and our community. We work closely with 3 local governments and law agencies because, as a district, we really just strive to have a positive impact in the community as it pertains to educating children in our communities and the communities where our schools are located. And so that's why we're here, just to talk about a collaboration with the council because it is very valuable. And I will hand it over to Dr. Fulmer, who has some nice things to share with you all. Thank you again.
Thank you, Board President Moore. I also wanted to just take a moment to introduce the other gentleman that is with our group. That is our Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Norm Anderson. Well, I just broke that rule. But, I have to be in full transparency. I'm about 18 months, maybe a little bit more in this role. But the tenure that I've had with Clovis Unified spans a 22-year educational career as a professional, but I was also the product of Clovis Unified and the 3rd generation of my family to go through there. So this is a really honorable place for me to be. And I just want to take an opportunity to educate you a little bit about Clovis Unified because it looks a little different than I have learned how people often perceive our district. So you'll see on your screen, but we are 20% of the area of the city of Fresno is actually served by Clovis Unified. within your boundaries. So that equates to about 18,500 of our students have a Fresno address, which really is about 43% of our total student enrollment, which is 43,000 students. Our boundaries serve some of Fresno's longstanding areas, such as Pinedale, the Nelson area, as well as some of the city of Fresno's fastest growing areas in our southeast region and our very northern parts of our district. And just to give you context, here is just a map, and I hope it's okay to see in front of you, but just to give, the red line is the Clovis Unified School boundaries. You can see the green that you see is the city of Fresno, and it's a little harder to discern, but that hashtag that on this screen looks a little bit green, that is the sphere that the city of Fresno has, just to give context of what it looks like on a map of how our district interacts with the city of Fresno. I also just wanted to kind of give a little picture. We're very proud of our district and our students. This is the student demographics that you'll find in Clovis Unified. I do think that our demographics look a little different than what people's first initial beliefs of Clovis Unified may be. And so as you can see, we're about 41% Hispanic. That's our largest student population. We have 31% white Caucasian. And then you can see the remainder of our student populations. I won't read the graph to you, but we're very excited about our diverse community and the students that we have the privilege and honor of serving. Another thing I think that as I've learned in going out and talking to the community is not only around our demographics, but many times because we are what I would consider a facility-rich school district, in that we've had the privilege that our community has supported facility bonds, and then we work really hard to build those facilities and maintain them. But people often think that we have a very wealthy student population. We actually have 48.3% of our students that qualify under what's called local control funding formula. That means 48.3% of our students fall under the categories of either low socioeconomic, low income, EL, foster youth, or homeless. And I think that surprises a lot of people around Clovis Unified. I'm proud of the work that our educational team does. Our scores and tests and the achievement of our students continue to rank higher than the state average, which is something we're proud of. But I will be very honest, our team is built on continuous improvement, and we're never satisfied with what the actual percentages are up there, and are continuously working to make sure our students are achieving at the highest levels. We are now the 12th largest school district in California, which really means for the city Fresno, for you as a council, is that you have two very large school districts within your city limits serving students. You have Fresno Unified, the 3rd, and then now we are the 12th. And that's been a significant move in the last few years, and we are a district that continues to grow. We are proud. We have a 94.8% graduation rate, something we take great pride in. But I will tell you, we're never okay until we get all of our kids across that finish line. And that is a challenge that we give to, that we take on and take very seriously. Just wanted to give you some other updates. Our general fund budget, just in full transparency, as well as the number of schools that we have. So we have about 45 comprehensive schools, 9 specialty schools, and we currently have 2 schools under construction. And so just to highlight those, we just opened this fall our 53rd school. It was Hariyama Elementary School. That is our 35th elementary school in the district. But it's our 53rd because many times people don't realize that our district also has continuation schools. We have an online school that's a dependent charter. We have Clovis Adult. We also share CART with Fresno Unified, which is a great joint venture that gets to meet the needs of all of our students in a very hands-on learning environment. We have Enterprise, which is our independent study. But what's not on here is we also operate Sierra Outdoor School, which serves a lot of schools throughout the state and the many counties around. And then those 2 schools under construction I mentioned is opening in August of 2025. The countdown to that feels very real when we recognize there's only like 170 days or so before we're going to welcome a large number of students, which will provide relief for our Reagan Educational Center. That is a very large campus right now with the growth that we've had in the southeast portion of our district and encompasses part of the city of Fresno and the county areas. But that will be Clovis South High School and Philip V. Sanchez Intermediate, and we're very excited about those. They are obviously the Longhorns, as you see the emblem there. And along that is really why we're here. I do want to say, as I showed the Terry Bradley Educational Center, and that I want to say a thank you. Truly, our staff has worked very closely with the city staff in working through water and sewage to get the Terry Bradley Educational Center to even be viable. We are so appreciative of those partnerships. We're appreciative of our Fresno Police Department. I don't know if anyone recalls, but several years ago, we had quite a few swatting calls at Clovis West, and the response and just the professionalism and partnership was so appreciated in times that make our staff, and particularly our families and students, feel vulnerable. The immense amount of work of your code enforcement and law enforcement in supporting the Pinedale community for us when there were inhabitants within the area that were starting to make the school not feel maybe as safe as parents and some of the staff would have liked. So I just want to say thank you for those partnerships, and that's really what, as Board President Moore expressed, is what we're hoping for today. I'm grateful. My understanding is that there is a committee that's already being appointed to work with local districts, and so thank you for that. But my request might be just a little bit off, and we are excited to participate in that, and we'll have members appointed to that. What we have done in our district is we have appointed several subcommittees for our governing board members. And in those subcommittees, we have one that was designated to work hopefully with Fresno City Council. And because, as I shared, our staffs are doing a lot of work together, but this would be an opportunity for that shared work to get shared between the elected officials of the city of Fresno and the elected officials of our governing board, just to work out specifics around Clovis Unified. Like if we are closing down streets for a project or transportation is going to need to go a different way because of road, it just helps bridge communication was the hope. So our general goal today was just to see if the council would also consider, I know you just took action on the other committee, which I said we'll participate in, but even if it's just one time a year, designating a set subcommittee that would meet at least with the subcommittee that we've had, maybe even if we started one time a year, just to talk about what does Clovis Unified and the partnership with the city of Fresno look like to help avoid and help make sure that we're being as responsive as we can as well. And thank you so much for having us.
No, that was great. Thank you so much, Dr. Fulmer, for taking the time to come here and for some of your board members. Now, I'm going to, before if any council have any comments or questions, we usually don't do that during a workshop, but I'm going to take one point of privilege here, and I'm going to call up Trustee Olivier, if you would join me, and I'll tell you why. You were very diplomatic and very polite in the Pinedale issues, but they have been ongoing and very difficult. And Clovis Unified has, from your predecessor to now, have been really active in making sure that we work together on that. But specifically, having a trustee who's a former council member, really walking the district, Clint, like we did, and go to some of those businesses and liquor stores that weren't. You can tell them about it. Tell us about our little experience where I was like, whoa, Clint is really active.
Tell them everything?
Sure.
No. Thank you, President Carbasi. Thank you, Vice President Arias. Thank you to City Manager Georgianne White, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and your administration. It's a distinct pleasure to be in these chambers with you all today. Thank you for calling me up to say a few words, but the only critique that I have about the cooperation between this city and the school district, CUSD, is that it went perfectly. Really, I was able to contact my personal council member, Mike Carbasi, and thank you for your quick response, but we also not just teamed up as concerned citizens, because when I called you, it wasn't a surprise. You had already been notified, you had already been activated on that, and then you took that knowledge that you gained back, you brought it back to work here to City Hall, engaged the administration, that engaged the police department. They went to work on that immediately to alleviate the problem. We saw it as a clear and present danger to the safety of the kids who are on their way to and from school, and this administration, the city responded immediately and did great work. Also, there was a lot of work going on with the school district. We have our own, is it a 14-person police department that we operate? We operate our own 16-person police department, and we were able to deploy officers out there. And also lots of credit goes to the folks who live out there, who created a program that they called Stand in the Gap, where they actually went out every morning between the hours of 7 and 8 to shoo folks away who probably shouldn't be hindering kids' safe routes to school. So the only thing I have to say is thank you that it was executed perfectly. I know that it's an ongoing issue. I know that it's really the millstone around the necks of whoever is really elected in the state of California, is how to deal with the unhoused population, and it keeps folks awake at night from the governor on down every level of government. So you handled yourselves really perfectly, and at Pinedale Elementary, my parents and grandparents and guardians appreciate the work that you did, all of you. And so thank you on members of the council for supporting Member Carbasi in that effort, and thank you members of the administration, Mayor Jerry Dyer and your staff for making that happen. But I just wanted to echo the comments of my board president and also my superintendent, in that we're half Fresno. We're not on an island out in Clovis. We are half Fresno, and any way that we can work with you, that we can be a resource for you, the kids that you work tirelessly to not just provide police and fire services, but also to keep their neighborhood safe and clean every day, those kids that you are working for, those are our kids too. So this is our opener, our olive branch to all of you that we want to begin working with you. We know you're busy. We don't want to do it weekly. Maybe we can do it once a year, once a lunch a couple times a year, but just to begin that dialogue for the first time, because half of our kids are your kids, and I think that a relationship like that could be productive.
No, thank you. And before we go to Council Vice President, I just wanted to also thank City Attorney Jans, because code enforcement was really instrumental. I mean, and the council's been also really supportive when it came to the warming center or it came to issues, because Linda Amparano, which runs that group you were talking about, that's out there every morning, or Debbie Bowles, the principal, and you guys have a great principal, Debbie Bowles.
Yeah, we do.
They don't let up. And Pinedale, when you talk about those statistics, that is the epicenter of challenged neighborhoods. Very prideful, but economically challenged. And when we're talking about drug use near campus, openly out in public, or needles being left everywhere. I mean, it was the ground zero for problems. So, and we had a smoke shop that was the kind that we're trying to stop in Fresno.
Thank you, City Attorney and Council Member or Vice President Arias, for your work on smoke shops too. Because that smoke shop is gone. That eliminated, in the words of the people out there, it eliminated 90% of the problem. The threat was eliminated simply by getting rid of that smoke shop. But I think Councilmember Carbasi and I did walk that neighborhood, just that we circled the Blackstone area there across from the school. And I mean, there are still problems. There's still a liquor store that I went in, and maybe I kind of lost
they got the message, though,
I yelled at the man, and I told him to pick up the trash in front of his place, and they did. So, partnership, and thank you for doing that.
Yeah,
it was good.
Thank you. Council Vice President.
I just want to say thank you and emphasize a couple of points. As you noted, this city council shut down the warming center for the unhoused in the area, given not only the proximity to a school, but the fact that it was having an impact that it was not, justified, nor was it warranted near a school. We also shut down the smoke shop that was selling cannabis and had been operating. But on the latter point of the smoke shop, the amount of human capital that it takes us to shut down a business of that nature, even though it's within 400 feet of your school, is significant. And when we have hundreds of them across the city, it makes it nearly impossible with a limited staff that's focusing on violent crimes across the city And so it's my hope that you guys, as an institution, see the value of us shutting down a smoke shop near your school and reducing 90% of the challenges that they create, and also be supportive of us doing it across the city. Because every neighborhood has the same amount of impacts when it comes to these smoke shops. We're finding firearms, methamphetamine, fentanyl, everything that's not desirable for every neighborhood or any neighborhood in the city. And I think we have the responsibility of making sure that we treat all the neighborhoods equally. And not just because I have a former council member as a trustee, but because it's about kids and neighborhood safety. So I'm looking forward to you guys' support as the city shuts down these smoke shops. I do know that Clovis City, they just shut them down automatically. There's no operating regulations. They just don't allow them, which is a pretty significant step for them to be able to protect themselves and their neighborhood. So I do appreciate the time, and I look forward to the future collaboration.
Any other council members? Councilmember Richardson?
Yes. Thank you for being here as a council member, but also as a very proud employee of Clovis Unified School District. I really appreciate it. I think someone brought up a good point in leadership, a good leader puts themselves at the point of friction, right? There are important conversations that will happen here or at the board meetings with yourselves, but getting out and having the most important conversations means going to the places where the kids are in the first place, right? So I've put a lot of effort in the last month and a half to getting out and building those relationships and that two-way communication with every principal, every Clovis Unified principal, and Fresno for that matter, in District 6. And I've got to tell you, I know a lot of their tenures predate your own, but Dr. Fulmer, you've got a group of just the most passionate and professional principals out there running these schools, so that really should be a point of pride. You mentioned also that it's, as a product of Clovis Unified, I can absolutely get behind your statement that it's facility rich. I don't think that's a mystery to anyone. What I would like to do is put effort into sort of breaking the bubble between the resources that the city has, the resources that Clovis Unified has, and making sure that we're able to mutually benefit from the use of those across multiple different facets. One of those is, and I think we've actually begun the conversation about this, I'm excited about it, is the aquatics program, opening up the facilities, the swim facilities at Kasner, Clovis West, Clovis North, to extend those, make them available to our Parks Department to provide swim lessons for kids, adults, whomever may need cheap swim lessons to be able to make themselves more survivable. I'm really looking forward to those conversations to include getting some of those students, like I was at one point in high school, looking for summer jobs, looking to build some sort of employment resume, get them doing something they're already good at, monitoring the pool, using those swim skills to become lifeguards, getting them their first job working for the city, maybe some vertical development after that. And finally, organizations like the Resiliency Center that's developed in Fresno between the populace, the police, and the resources who can provide them with the mental health care needs that they experience. They've developed a great relationship with Fresno Unified, and again, I want to break that bubble and make sure they're able to provide those same services to the kids and the families of Clovis Unified as well. So expect, if you haven't seen an email come across your desk with my name on it referring to one of those things yet, you definitely will. And again, pleasure to have you here and pleasure to work.
Any other council members? There being none, that concludes the workshop. Thank you, Dr. Fulmer, for being here. We'll hope to see you again. And thank you to the council. So meeting adjourned at 1:58 p.m.